all of the Hey people, um, I'm not sure my sound is working well, but so if you can hear me, I didn't mute myself, did I? I am not muted, so you should be able to hear me, so hopefully you can hear me. How can Noahides have their sins forgiven? Same way everyone else can have their sins forgiven by um, confessing to God, by making a resolution not to commit the same sin again, by um, trying to undo the damage of their sins as best as they can, and by being a good person. And God's justice and mercy are infinite. What is a Noahide? A Noahide is a human being who has committed themselves to keeping those commandments which are incumbent upon Gentiles according to the law of Moses. They fall in 7 general categories. Not to curse God, not to be an idolater, not to commit sexual acts of sexual immorality, not to steal, not to murder, not to behave cruelly to animals, and the one positive commandment that Noahites have is to establish courts of justice. What happens if someone has done more bad than good in their life? As the 10 Commandments explain, that the love of God has a power which completely overpowers that hatred of God. So let me actually pull up the 10 Commandments so that we can see what they say. Deuteronomy 5. Is it in 5 that it says? Yes, Deuteronomy 5:9. Where's Deuteronomy 5:9? Here it is. Okay, let's pull it up. And let's make it a little bit bigger. So, it says, Thou 5:8. Thou shalt not make for thyself any carved idol or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, punishing the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me. So we see that our evil acts are visited upon those who are around us up to 3 and 4th generations as they pollute the world, and showing mercy to the 1000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. So we see that that any good we do has a repercussion which is Stone Edition Tanakh is the one I have, and it is definitely a good one. I do recommend it. We see that ultimately, like we say, sheker, which is the word on top, does not have legs. It is something that is lopsided and falls over and is not eternal, unlike truth, which is eternal. And because truth and goodness are in fact eternal, that is why ultimately our sins are burnt away, and all that remains is the good things that we do. And so if you are mostly a bad person, well, that's not good, because those parts of you will indeed be burnt away. But to the extent that you are a good person, then you will actually have good things, which is what we hope for all of us. I have an exciting announcement to make. So if you go to my channel,
Yes.
you will see that I just made an announcement. Dun dun dun! Father Stephen the Young is scheduled to be on my channel on Friday, November 4th at 2 p.m. Pacific. Hopefully there will not be any changes, but oh, haha. Okay. The Hebrew is still on your screen. Yes, the Hebrew is still on your screen. There you go. My conversation with Father Stephen DeYoung. I do too. Like, if you change yourself to being good, then will those sins be forgiven? So obviously I can't make a determination about that myself, but We know that God is good, and God is just, and God is compassionate, and God is merciful. So, to the degree that you deserve good things, you will receive them in abundance. And to the degree that you deserve um, to be punished for your sins, then God will, in fact, do that as well, but in His infinite mercy. And so, yeah. Tovia Singer changed my life. Tovia Singer is one of the best Baptist rabbis in the world. That's my little joke about him. He's an interesting guy. I am going to go get some water. I will be back in a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves, or come online and come and speak with me. So, like I said, we believe God's mercy and justice are infinite, and so each person receives their reward according to the good that they do, and they receive their punishment according to the evil that they do. And precisely how that happens is, well, many people have various ideas. Since that is not clearly stated anywhere that we know of, it is, I mean, what can I say? It is what it is. We have to trust in God and His providence. Honestly, Hashem is indeed merciful and just. He is. He is. Please do like and subscribe. Garth, I am assuming that you're machining. That is my assumption, because you tend to machine. Mm. Gartham!
Hello, how are you? Actually, hold on, I
Good.
gotta put you on this screen. There we go. Oh, I gotta close the stream. There we go.
You are not hearing yourself echoing, are you?
I was for a minute. I just closed YouTube, so now I can't.
Okay.
I can't hear it anymore.
Okay.
So, nope, you're wrong. I'm not machining this time. Not tonight.
You are not machining. It's a Saturday night. What else would you do on a Saturday night other than machine?
I don't know. Maybe just take a nap. Right before you're about to go to bed.
So, how have you been? What's up? What are news?
I've been doing pretty good. Not much has been happening, to be honest. I think the most recent thing is that for recently, I'm gonna start getting raw milk from like an actual farm. So I've
Okay, why raw milk?
so I tried it and I really like it. So and I have kind of been so it's like I kind of operate under this philosophy of control your diet as much as possible.
Hmm.
And so it's just like I don't know what it is, but I think it's just something about like food that's like over processed that just really doesn't gel with me. And so I've been trying to get a lot of my ingredients as raw as I can, right? Like what was it? Recently I went to the Twin Cities Farmers Market and there was a guy there and he was selling Minnesota wild rice if you're familiar with wild rice.
Nope.
It's like it's kind of like a grain and it basically like it looks like rice. It's like super black. Um
Mhm.
and it's when you boil it, it kind of flakes a little bit. And so the wild rice that I typically get or that you'll find in the store has like this black color to it, right?
Right.
But the thing is
Yeah.
that but here's the thing. Wild rice when it's harvested, it actually doesn't look like that. Um After it's prepared, um it's actually got more like earthy tones to it.
So, northern wild rice,
Oop, let's
and
see.
Texas wild rice.
It would probably be yes, probably northern wild rice.
Manchurian wild rice. I don't know.
Yep. Oh, if you scroll back up and then you look at the picture of the people in the canoe, that is how it's traditionally harvested. So you have one person in the back that steers the canoe, and then you have these people with like basically these like small sticks that kind of they don't hit the stalks. They kind of like brush over the stalks because it's a grain that is grown over large like pools of water, like lakes and stuff and whatnot. So they kind of brush the stalks into the canoe, and then the grains just fall in there. And they still do it to this day.
Native Americans and others harvest wild rice by canoeing into a stand of plants and bending the ripe grain heads with two small wooden poles/sticks called knockers or flails so as to thresh the seeds into the canoe. One person vans or knocks rice into the canoe while the other paddles slowly or uses a push bowl. The plants are not beaten with the knockers, but require only a gentle brushing to dislodge the mature grain. Some seeds fall to the muddy bottom and germinate later in the year. The size of the knockers, as well as other details, are prescribed in state and tribal law. By Minnesota statute, knockers must be at most 1 inch in diameter, 30 inches long, and 1 pound weight.
Yep.
Well, Minnesota overregulates things, as if you ask me.
That part is probably true. Although I don't know. I haven't looked too far into it, but it's that the general skill to it is that you just want to, because if you hit it too hard, what happens is that it like basically like breaks it and then it falls. And if you break it, then it's not gonna grow the greens anymore. So you have to hit it, or you have to brush it just right so that way you don't break it and it doesn't fall down. So yeah.
I see. So Krish asks, when we pass away, will we see God? It's important that we see our Creator. Well, we see God, so it's not a literal thing, because obviously it's impossible for God to be seen with our physical eyes, because he would be, in a sense, way too big, whatever that means. But we will see God. So one of the things it says in the Ten Commandments, we were looking at, is that the people saw the voices. And like the rabbis ask, how is it possible to see voices, as it says in the Bible? I'm trying to remember where exactly it says. See the voices. See the voices. That's not helping. Sinai. It's in Shemot. So let's open up Shemot, and Exodus 20:15 says, and all the people perceived the thundering. It says, Ro'im et hakolot. They saw the voices. And because the revelation at Sinai was so incredible that it was that the ears saw what the eyes see, and the eyes heard what the ears hear. And so that's as best as we can explain it. Is the soul eternal in Judaism? Yes. Did you have a better answer to that question, Garth?
When we pass away, will we see God? It's important that we see our Creator. That's a hard question, because it's...
Are you still a Trinitarian?
Well, you know the answer to that question.
I do not.
Yes, I still am.
God have mercy on your soul.
So, yeah. True. But anyway, as far as the soul is eternal, honestly, I really don't know, to be honest. I haven't read too much on the soul, although I probably should, to be honest.
I haven't read Father Stephen's books, and I would like to read his books before he comes on, but there's no way I'm going to be able to read his books before Friday.
Oh, Stephen DeYoung?
Yes.
Okay.
when he sent me, so he sent me an email, and he said, "Dear Jacob, would you like to have a conversation sometime?" And my response was, "Depends. Is it really you, or are my friends playing with me?"
How did he prove it, or did he just say no? It's actually me.
He just said it's just me. I I mean, if my friends were really messing with me, they would probably like send me an email from Jordan Peterson. But like,
Oh, sure.
yeah,
This is Jordan Peterson. I've heard about you, and I want to talk. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. How did
well,
you?
I do have this clip I like to show people. It's called Senpai Notices Me. Where is it?
Senpai notices me. Was it?
There it is.
Was it back when Jordan Peterson would do like his live Q&As and
So
stuff like that?
No, this is wrong Senpai.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
Here.
So I also have to ask on behalf of my friend Jacob, who's one of the Jewish followers of Paul Vanderklay. Is
Yes. I've actually lurked sometimes live on his response videos.
I
don't know if that pleases or freaks him out.
both maybe, yeah. So you know who I'm talking about.
He's a lurker.
Yes, Senpai has noticed me.
Which,
And-
you know, I'm kind of a lurker too sometimes. So
Well, he's never actually commented on anything on my he's never actually commented on any of my videos, but I've done several videos on him, and most recently we were discussing his appearance on Pajot when Sam and John were on. So I'm guessing somebody sent that to him and he decided I wonder what I'm gonna like say to him and what I'm gonna ask him. It's like
same stuff you said in that previous just chatting.
I guess I mean, yeah,
maybe in different ways, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how confrontational. Like, I tend to be very respectful to people, and I've never spoken to him before. I mean, I was tempted to be like, Father Stephen DeYoung destroyed with facts and logic, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know him well enough. So
look, you gotta play the clickbait game a little bit on YouTube, right? Just like with the Muslims destroyed with facts and logic. It really wasn't that way, but you know, it gets the viewers going.
Well, none of the destroyed with facts and logic are actually destroyed with facts and logic, but
right,
yeah, it's generally my friends and people I can kid around with, but like I didn't feel comfortable kidding around with the very reverend. That is apparently his title, the very reverend. Let me see what. Yeah, I grabbed his bio off of Ancient Radio. The Very Reverend Dr. Stephen DeYoung is pastor of Archangel Gabriel Orthodox Church in Lafayette, Louisiana. He is also the host of the Whole Counsel podcast. It said Whole Counsel of God, but I abbreviated it because I didn't want to deal with the word God. From Ancient Faith, and author of the Whole Counsel blog, as well as co-host of the Lord of Spirits podcast. Father Stephen holds a PhD in biblical studies from Amridge University. Yeah. So
wait, he's is he an Orthodox priest, or is he just a professor?
He is an Orthodox priest, and he used to be a CRC minister, although he doesn't really talk about that.
That's right. Does he? So his reverend title, is that how they do it in Orthodox, or is that from his CRC pastor?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that must be Eastern Orthodox. I'm not sure about the very reverend, why it says the very reverend. He might be a senior priest. I don't know how the hierarchy works. Although he is a presbyter, he's a as opposed to a deacon. So I'm sure they have deacon, presbyter, bishop the same way that the Catholics do. So my guess is it's the very reverend because he is no longer a deacon. He is now a presbyter. But who knows? He might become a bishop or something. It's possible.
Let's see.
So Krish asks, also, does sacrificing animals on the altar forgive sins? And isn't it happening anymore? So it is a mistake to understand the nature of the sacrifices as something transactional. And that is why the book of Isaiah at length explains to us that God does not desire sacrifices, that he does not need our sacrifices. And in fact, the first temple, and in Judaism, we would say the second temple, were destroyed because people thought of the sacrifices in a transactional manner with God. God is God. There is nothing you can give him that is not his already. And there is the reason for the sacrifices is to inspire us to repentance. And since that is not how people were treating them, that they were taken away. That is the Jewish understanding, which is quite explicit in the Jewish Bible, including in the books of Hosea, for example, and the book of Isaiah. Is God against LGBTQ in Judaism? God is not against people. God is against certain actions, and it is forbidden in the Noahide laws to Jew and Gentile to participate in sexual or immorality. And the Talmud says that Gentiles, so long as they do not participate in committed homosexual relationships, even though they may engage in homosexual acts, are still accounted as keeping the laws of sexual morality as long as they don't get married. And yes, when gay marriage came out, there were a lot of Jews going, or Orthodox Jews going, well, that's one thing we didn't expect the Talmud to predict 2,000 years ago, but apparently it did. So gay marriage is very, very obviously forbidden to Jew and Gentile in Judaism. But yeah, I hope that answered your question. Dr. Andani says, yes, but Christians say there's no forgiveness and atonement save through blood. You need blood of a perfect sacrifice, namely Jesus. This is actually a very Protestant idea that because of Protestantism, I thought as well that Christians believe, but apparently what is called penal substitutionary atonement is a Protestant innovation that the Roman Catholic Church officially has not declared heresy because they claim it is too incoherent, and the Eastern Orthodox Church similarly rejects. So a majority of Christians do not actually believe in penal substitutionary atonement the way the Protestants do.
And I think, I was just gonna say, I think that even goes penal substitution atonement. It goes even further back than just Protestantism, because the notion that God is a God that operates on the sense of justice and requires sacrifice, where Jesus is the perfect sacrifice. I think starts with Saint Anselm, actually.
Penal substitutionary atonement. Let's see what Google tells us, because we all know Google, if it's on Google, it must be correct.
Especially Wikipedia.
Yes. As penal substitution, sometimes, especially in older writings called forensic theory, is a theory of atonement within Christian theology, which declares that Christ, voluntarily submitting to God the Father's plan, was punished, penalized in the place of sinners, substitution, thus satisfying the demands of justice, so God can justly forgive sins, making us at one with God, atonement. It began with Luther and continued to develop with the Calvinist tradition as a specific understanding of substitutionary atonement, where the substitutionary nature of Jesus' death is understood in the sense of a substitutionary fulfillment of legal demands for the offenses of sins. So, substitutionary atonement that's not penal is also called vicarious atonement, is a central concept within Christian theology, which asserts that Jesus died for us, as propagated by the Western classic and objective paradigms of atonement in Christianity, which regard Jesus as dying as a substitution for others instead of them. Substitutionary atonement has been explicated in the classic paradigm of the early church fathers, namely the ransom theory, blasphemy, as well as Gustav Aulen's demystified reformulation, no idea what that is, the Christus Victor theory. This is what a lot of people will tell me is what they believe in and isn't blasphemous. And supposedly it's how the Eastern Orthodox view it. And in the objective paradigm, which includes Anselm of Canterbury's satisfaction theory, I guess that's what you were talking about.
Yep, right.
In Reformed periods, penal substitutionary theory and the governmental theory of atonement. Okay, I don't know what all these are. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, there are like I once watched a video on YouTube that had like there's like seven well-known more theories of atonement that are out there. Penal substitutionary is one. And then you have something that's a lot closer to moral influence theory, where is the notion that Jesus died. He didn't die for our sins, so that way we can become moral people. So it kind of is like moral influence theory. It kind of goes more in liberal theology, because the whole purpose of the atonement, right, is for Jesus to become to show ultimately to us what it means to be moral, so that way we can become moral people as well. And then there's what is it? The governmental theory of atonement. I know there's more of them. I just can't remember them.
Governmental theory of atonement, also known as the rectoral theory or the moral government theory, is a doctrine in Christian theology concerning the meaning and effect of the death of Jesus Christ. It teaches that Christ suffered for humanity so that God could forgive humans without punishing them while still maintaining divine justice. In the modern era, it is more often taught in non-Calvinist Protestant circles, yet also bearing in mind that Arminius, John Wesley, and other Arminians never speak clearly of it. I have to say, Christian theories of atonement are just, if not directly blasphemous, confusing. God is capable of forgiving. And as God says many, many times, including, let us read one of my favorite passages, Isaiah 1. The vision of Yeshayahu, the son of Amoz, which he saw concerning Yehuda and Yerushalayim in the days of Uzziyahu, Yotam, Achaz, Yechezkiyahu, kings of Yehuda. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. I have reared and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox knows his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel does not know, my people does not consider. Sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that deal corruptly. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel to anger. They are gone away backward. Where could you still be smitten that you revolt again? Every head is sick and every heart faint. From the sole of the foot even to the head, there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been pressed, neither browned up nor mollified with oil. Your country is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire. As for your land, strangers devour it in your presence, and it is desolate as though overthrown by strangers. And the daughters of Zion is left like a shelter in a vineyard, like a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, like a besieged city. If the Lord of hosts had not left us a very small remnant, we would have been like Sodom, and we should have been like Amorah. Hear the word of the Lord, rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the Torah of our God, you people of Amorah. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me, said the Lord? I am sated with burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of he-goats. When you come to appear before me, who has required this at your hand to trample my courts? Bring no more vain offerings, incense of abomination they are to me. As for new moons and Sabbaths and the calling of assemblies, I cannot bear iniquity along with solemn meetings. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hates. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of enduring them. And when you spread out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even when you make your many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins be like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be white as wool. If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured with the sword. For the mouth of the Lord has spoken it. And you can read the rest if you like. It goes on for another 65 chapters in a very similar manner, telling us, repent, shuvu, repent and you will be forgiven, because God needs not ransom anyone from anything. God is in fact sovereign over all, and he desires not the death of the evildoer, but rather repentance unto him, and that we listen to his word and obey his commands, and to love him as a child loves his father, and as a dutiful servant loves his master, and as a dutiful wife loves her husband. And if we do that, we will in fact be forgiven. Did you want to comment on that, Garth?
Actually, you know what? Let me pull it up on my phone because I did download this app, the Safari.
The Safari app?
Yeah, and I open it and I'm like, I have no idea what any of these titles mean on here. So we
I
have
can explain all of them to you if you would like.
Actually, yeah. So I've got the Tanakh, which I kind of figured out on my own. That's like, the Old Testament.
Okay, yes.
And then the Talmud, which I believe is commentary, right?
So the Talmud is what is referred to as the Talmud. There are two Talmuds, and the two Talmuds are commentaries on the Mishnah. The Mishnah is a mnemonic poem that was redacted by Rabbi Judah the Prince around the year 200, in which he summarizes the various opinions regarding the oral law, which is in a manner a commentary and accompaniment of the Torah, 5 books of Moses.
Okay. So just the first 5 books.
Yeah. Okay. So what you have to understand about the Tanakh, there are 3 divisions of the Tanakh.
Yep.
The Torah, which is the 5 books of Moses,
Mm-hmm.
and the 5 books of Moses, in a very real sense, are the entirety of the Jewish scriptures. Because it says in the Torah that Moses was the greatest of prophets, and that it is forbidden, like it says in Deuteronomy 13:1 in the Jewish Bible. In Christian Bibles, it's the end of chapter 12. Thou shalt not add thereto nor diminish from it. So we actually do not add or diminish from the 5 books of Moses. The other books, which are the books of the prophets, that is Nevi'im, and that's where the N in Tanakh comes from, and Ketuvim, and that's where the K in Tanakh comes from. So the prophets and the writings, or Jesus refers to them as the law, the prophets, and the Psalms. So the writings and the Psalms are in Judaism considered commentary on and exposition of the Torah. But really, the Torah is itself the entirety of our scriptures.
Okay.
Which is why the Samaritans, for example, only have 5 books in their Bible.
Oh, okay.
And the Sadducees also only had 5 books in their Bible, at least some of them.
Like way back then, when they were talking.
Right. So
Okay.
one of the big fights during Second Temple Judaism was whether, as the scribes, the Pharisees claimed, there are other books of the Bible or not. And at the very least, the Samaritans still claim that no, there are only 5 books of the Bible, which is the books of Moses, and that anybody who adds to them is in fact going against what the Bible says. We Pharisees, Rabbinic Judaism, say that no, the other books of the Bible are in fact also part of Kitvei Kodesh, holy writings, because they are consonant with and repetitions of and explications of the books of Moses.
Okay. So it's like they so they still build off the 5 books and are still
We believe in them because in the Torah it talks about listening to prophets that follow Moses. It talks about having elders. So, and knowing our history and things like that. That's why these holy writings are considered scripture. But ultimately, the Jewish Bible is the 5 books of Moses, and anything which disagrees with the 5 books of Moses is considered null and void as far as Judaism is concerned.
Okay. So what is the Targum? So I see I've got the Torah, prophets, writings, and Targum on the bottom.
Okay, so the Targum, literally just means translation in Aramaic. So these are various translations from the Hebrew to Aramaic of the various books of the Bible.
Okay.
Yes. They're Aramaic translations and they are ancient. For example, Onkelos is considered the most important Targum in of the 5 books of Moses in Judaism, and so it's considered very authoritative, and it's useful when you're trying to know what the Bible says to look at, well, the 2 Targumim that are the most considered most authoritative are Onkelos and Targum Jonathan. This calls it Aramaic Targum. What they mean is it's actually the Peshitta, it's the Christian translation, but they wouldn't call it the Christian translation, so they just call it Aramaic Targum. But yeah, so this is actually, I'm pretty sure, is the parts of the Pshita that are not found in other Jewish, because the Pshita is the first translation of the Christian Bible into a language other than Greek, and it was to Aramaic.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Rishonim on Tanakh, these are medieval commentators, starting with Rashi, who's considered the primary commentators, but these are all rabbinic commentaries between the year 1000 and 1500. Acharonim starts at the year 1600, 1700, that type of thing, although most of these are much later, including some of them would be, modern commentaries are people from this century or last century.
Okay. And then you have modern commentary, which I'm assuming is like either like 21st and 20th century.
Yeah. So, yeah, these are pretty. So, I mean, the Acharonim, who's the most late? Who's the latest they call Acharonim? Aderet Eliyahu, 19th century. Anybody after that? Khatam Sofer is pretty late 19th century. Yeah, these are 19th century, 19th century. Malda is pretty late 19th century. Meshech Chochma is 20th century. So that's already 20th century.
This is a very impressive app, by the way.
Yes, it is. That's why I send them my money. Not much, but I do send them my money. Yes.
Honestly, I would give for like a Christian equivalent of this.
I don't think there exists enough Christian writings to be. So you have to understand. So Targum Onkelos and so what's called the Rabbinic Bible, which was printed, which is what the King James version was based on, included Targum Onkelos in it, included Rashi, Ibn Ezra, Ramban, Abarbanel, pretty much I think all of these Rishonim and some of these Achronim in it already. No, I think it was all the Rishonim, but like Mikraot Gedolot, which is like the rabbinic Bible, which basically any studious Jew has in their house, what is like,
It's a large book.
well, so I'm going like this. This is just Genesis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is just Genesis. And you have to understand that Hebrew is much more compact than English is. So, like, the English translations, like, you can buy, I believe there are English translations of Mikraot Gedolot. Yeah, so English. So this is just Genesis, a new translation, Mikraot Gedolot, and it is only 275 pages. That's I have to wonder. I have not seen this and how much it includes. I don't know if I've seen an actual translation to English of Mikraot Gedolot. Partially because it's kind of hard because a lot of them, yeah. Oh, so Koran has a Mikraot Gedolot, and this appears to be only the 5 books of Moses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 volumes.
Holy cow.
Yep. So, yes. Yeah.
So that is a more like direct to English interpretation from the Hebrew, and it's
all of these commentaries, which the King James. So when they were translating the King James Bible, they got a copy of what's called the Rabbinic Bible. So there was this guy called Daniel Bomberg who was a Catholic printer, and he hired a bunch of rabbis to make books, and he printed one of the first sets of the Talmud and the first set of what became called Mikraot Gedolot, which was the 5 books of Moses with the major rabbinic commentaries. And then the people who wanted to translate the King James Version to English, they got a copy of that, and they used that as the basis for the King James Bible to Old Testament.
okay. Because wasn't there like what is it? Didn't they hire like 50 scholars just to work on the King James Bible translation?
Yes, they did. They did. Yes. Let me answer Krish's questions really.
Yeah.
Why do people preach to everyone to be a Noahide? There is a disagreement among various rabbis whether or not it is incumbent on Jews to do so. I believe it is incumbent upon Jews to do so, while many, many rabbis say that it is either not incumbent on Jews to do so or even prohibited for Jews to do so. Christianity corrupted the Torah. You're not going to get an argument from me. Also, the Quran claims that Haman, the stone builder, existed during Moses' time when they claim they corrected the Torah. Is that true? Haman is from many years after. I don't know much about the Quran. Maybe Dr. Andani can speak about that. I highly suggest you start reading from the Chabad website. I am a big fan of the Chabad website, but Sefaria has a lot of the basic texts, as does Chabad. So we can also take a look at the Chabad website after we look through this. But yes, so It's all you, Garth.
Oh, so I wanted to just quickly. I'll ask about these other books, and then or these other different sections on here, and then we can talk about more interesting things. Well, actually, no. This is interesting. I shouldn't say that. So there's the Mishnah, which you talked about, and then there's Talmud, which is
Commentaries, discussions of the meaning of the Mishnah. There's two Talmuds. There's the Jerusalem Talmud and Babylonian Talmud. When people talk about the Talmud, they usually mean the Babylonian Talmud, but they are both commentaries and discussions of the Mishnah.
Okay, so they're commentaries from like a very particular time period.
Okay, so I have to say the process of Talmud, which means learning, is something that when you read the Gospels and you have studied Talmudic method, you see that Jesus was deeply ensconced in. So I would say Jesus participated in Talmud. What happened was, many years after Jesus, Rabbi Judah the Prince created the Mishnah to kind of remind people of Talmud, of the study of the Torah. And there were people who memorized the Mishnah because it's a mnemonic poem and discussed its meaning. And the Talmud is both of them are records of discussions of the meaning of the Mishnah.
Okay.
Now, the Talmudic method, Talmud, I would say, is something that existed during the time of Jesus, and Jesus partook in, and that I think anybody who seriously studies the Gospels and believes the Gospels are true sees that. Now, Christians also claim Paul participated in that, but Yosef has said the same thing. Chaim Maccabee has said the same thing, and everybody I know who is genuinely studied in Talmud says you listen to Jesus like speaking in the Gospels, and you can clearly see somebody who was immersed in Talmud. You listen to Paul, and at best, I think Yosef put it best when he said, when he hit his head on the road to Damascus, it must have been really, really hard.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so like whether Paul, I mean, Christians claim Paul knew Talmud. I am dubious at best. Let me put it that way.
Although Paul's imperative, at least from what I remember back when I've read Paul's letters, is that Paul, I think it's not because it's the gospel of Jesus along
Right.
with that, that Talmudic practice, right? So it's not like strictly Talmud in like the Jewish sense, right? Because he's also trying to, spread the message of Christ in there as well. Is that fair?
Okay. I mean, there are people. So one of the other things you'll notice here is it says Midrash. There's Talmud and Midrash. There's a lot of Christians who will claim that Paul engages in Midrash. So the Midrashic method of analogies, parables, elaborations, legal deduction is similar and slightly different than what we would call the Shakal and Tarya of the Talmud. The Talmud is more debate and proof, and like people will talk about Talmudic logic, right? It's not exactly like Greek logic, but there are methods. There is a method to Talmud and Midrash. I would I would say what was surprising to me was to discover that Jesus apparently was well learned in, I would say, both Talmudic method and Midrashic method. I have not seen, so Romans 7, which I bring up a lot, at the beginning, appears to be an attempt at Talmudic method, and if it is a horribly bad one. Like, it is amateurish, childish, and incredibly bad. Now, Christians will defend it, and they will also point places where the Gospels or Paul could be considered midrashic. I just think they're bad.
Okay.
But that's, I mean, this is an argument you can have. I am not
Oh,
aware
sure.
of anything. I am aware of things in the Gospels where Jesus sounds very Talmudic. I am not aware of anything in any of the letters of Paul where Paul sounds genuinely Talmudic.
Okay. Halakha, legal works.
Okay, so
Oh.
halakha is Jewish law, and it is so it's talking about the various rabbinic writings, which basically distill the arguments of the Talmud regarding the Mishnah on what exactly is practical Jewish law. And so these are books. The one, I mean, the only one you might have any interest in really reading would be the Mishneh Torah, which is Maimonides' codification of the entirety of Jewish law. Especially, I would say, in this beginning section, Foundations of the Torah, Human Dispositions, Torah study, foreign worship, and repentance, especially repentance. These are very popular, as is the last two chapters of the entire book, which is Kings and War. Those are about the coming of the Messiah. And if you are a Noahide, you may in fact be interested in reading the 3 chapters before that, because he does discuss the Noahide laws. I have to warn you, if you are not well versed in how to read a halachic codification like Maimonides, you are going to misunderstand, and it is a bad idea to just read these 3 chapters and think you understand what he's saying.
Okay.
But yeah, if you are going to read halakha, probably that's the only book you might be out of all of these you might be interested in.
Okay, because Maimonides, what is it? It's like it's the Jewish 13 points of faith. Is that right?
Maimonides is the one who codified the 13 principles of faith, that's actually from his commentary on the Mishnah. So
Okay.
if you look at the Mishnah, the commentaries include Maimonides' commentary. He wrote it at the age of 23. He wrote a commentary on the entirety of the Mishnah. And his family actually retained most of it. So we still have, so there are 6 orders of the Mishnah. The Mishnah is really long. It took me about 2 years to get through one of the orders. And if you're pretty good at it, you can probably get through all 6 orders in 3 years. He wrote a commentary on the entirety of it. We still have his commentary on 3 of the orders because his family split them up and gave it to them. His handwritten actual first manuscript still exists for 3 of the orders, which is pretty awesome. I think I was very impressed. Yosef has shown up. Let's catch up really quickly with a thing. Yosef says Haman in the Quran is a totally different character than the one in Esther. He is Pharaoh's advisor instead of Ahasuerus, and he builds a tower much like the Tower of Babel. It's a mashup. Isn't Haman one of Pharaoh's advisors, like according to some midrash or other? I kind of remembered something like that. I might be wrong. Is Hebrew the language commanded by God, or was it just a language that existed in Israel? We do believe that Hebrew is the language in which God gave the Torah itself. Back to you, Garth.
Oh, let's see. So Kabbalah is the one that I am familiar with. Because I have heard it before, and it's like basically the mystical side of Judaism. Right.
Okay. So we know that during the time of Jesus and earlier, there was an esoteric tradition in Judaism of things which were only taught to people who were considered studied enough in the scripture and everything else to learn about these mystical, secret, esoteric traditions. Around 500 years ago, and one of those books, Sefer Yetzirah, so some of these books were published more. So Sefer Yetzirah was published rather early. It's like about 1,000 years ago. It was published publicly. The Zohar was published, I guess, around 800 years ago. Yosef will correct me on this stuff, but some of these things were published at various times, and Jewish belief is that these things, which were ultimately made public by Rabbi Isaac Luria 500 years ago, are the same things which existed close to 2,000 years ago. Most academics dismissed that completely until the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which has many, many teachings which are very, very similar to much of the things in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic texts. So whether or not you want to believe that those things which are taught in these Kabbalistic texts are the same teachings, esoteric teachings, which existed during the time of Jesus and before, that's up to you. We do know that during the time of Jesus, there were such teachings, and we don't have a ton of things. So I guess no. I thought Haman was one of them, but no, it's Job, Yitro, and Balaam. I was wrong.
Liturgy? Okay, I know what that is. Jewish thought, Jewish philosophy, theology. Okay.
Yes. The Tosefta is actually teachings that are similar to the Mishnah, but they were not included in the Mishnah. So these are ancient texts, ancient teachings, which Rabbi Judah, the prince, did not include in the Mishnah, but they are similar types of teachings. So that's Tosefta.
Okay.
Chassidut is the teachings mostly on the Kabbalah of the students of Rabbi Israel Baal Shem Tov from around 300 years ago, and his students ever since to current times. Musar are ethical books, books of ethics and virtue, and teaching you how to be a good person, that were written mostly by in response to some of them are earlier than Hasidic texts. Some are the basis of Hasidic texts, but much of them were written by rabbis who were not part of the Hasidic movement in response to the Hasidic texts. Responsa are texts which you would have a very, very hard time understanding unless you have a very solid understanding of halacha already. They are rabbinic responsa, and my general recommendation would be
Is it like basically like letters where it's like something is like talked about, they'll send a letter, they'll write the response, they write back, and it's like a basically a letter back and forth debate. Like-
well, it's more like so people would ask a question, and a rabbi who was considered a very prominent rabbi would write a public response to that question, explaining in depth what his answer is. So, for example, let's say people turkeys, right? So turkeys are from the New World, and they showed up in the Old World, and so a lot of people had a question: is turkey kosher, a kosher bird to eat or not? Right? And so various rabbis wrote very lengthy letters explaining their opinion on whether or not turkey is a kosher bird like chicken is, right?
Oh,
And
okay.
so this is not for beginners. Let me put it that way.
It's like if you're already familiar with it and you understand the context a little bit more by reading everything else. Okay.
Yes. I mean, if you want to pick up, like, if you want to go browsing in the Musar parts, right, the ethical writings, you're not going to go wrong. It's a bunch of rabbis being like, hey, you should be a good person, and this is how you would go about being a good person.
It's more philosophical and logical, where it's like you can follow the flow of the argument, right?
Yeah, and it's not talking about technical things you really wouldn't understand, whereas the responsa generally would be answering questions I doubt you would have any interest in knowing the answers to.
It's like you're not going to understand the debate about this topic if you don't understand the topic in the first place.
This is very true. Yes. So yeah. Second Temple, I guess they've compiled various works. Oh yeah, I guess this is mostly like old texts that we don't include in our Bible. So like Josephus, Philo,
Apocrypha?
Book of Maccabees. I'm sure they have the Book of Jubilees here. Yeah. And reference, these are mostly dictionaries and things like that.
Oh, yep, right.
Yeah. So, yep.
Okay. Actually, what do you think of the King James Bible from your perspective?
I mean, I'm glad Protestants decided to listen to the rabbis as to what's in their Bible. I don't see the logic of it from a Protestant point of view, how that makes any sense. Like, I think the Catholics are right.
It's probably the sola scriptura thing. If I had to guess.
But like, how do you decide what is scriptura? Like, oh, well, let's go with what rabbis said decades, if not centuries after Jesus. That makes a lot of sense to you, does it?
What, the letters of Paul?
No. So, the the Catholic Bible includes, for example, the Book of Maccabees.
Oh, that's right. Hmm.
That's not part of the Jewish Bible. So when they made the King James version of the Bible, the way they decided what is in their Bible as opposed to the Catholic Bible is like, they're like, well, the Jews say this is in their Bible, so we'll just go with that. It's like, I don't mind you deciding to do that, but like, what is the Christian reasoning behind deciding that the books in your Bible are the books that the Jews say should be in your Bible? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I get it. I don't have an answer to that question. That's something where it's like that's a history I have not read yet. Although would be very interested to know. Because so on my bookshelf back there, I have like this Barnes and Noble very nice King James Bible. Here, I'll just grab it. Whoop, come on. So it essentially looks like this.
Okay.
So it's a very ornamental Bible, which
edition is it? What
so
year
thi-
is it?
So let's see. I think this one is one that is published. What was it? Through Barnes. Yep. Yeah. So this is published through Barnes and Noble. And this is a 2012 edition.
Okay.
And then let's see. And I think it is just yep. Yeah, it's just the original King James Bible.
Well, I mean, almost all of them do have some things they've changed from the 1645. I think the King James was first published in 1645.
I do know that there is a more streamlined version. It's called the New King James Bible, where they try to basically translate a lot of the English into more like how we speak in English today, but with keeping like a lot of the like a lot of the ye's and they's like those will get translated.
Yeah, so apparently the authorized version is from 1633. No, there is one that was 1644, and then the standard text apparently most people use is the 1769. Yeah, so the 1611 and the 1769 are apparently here. Let's make this much bigger. Oops, sorry. Where were we? The problem with making this much bigger is okay. There we go. So, for example, the 1611, 1 Corinthians 13:1, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and how not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbals and cymbal. And the 1769, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. Not very different, but the halves are definitely spelled a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some differences. I'm guessing what you have is the 1760 version.
Could be. Let me see if it says it in here. Actually, something how I like about this Bible is that it's a purely like, it's just a nice looking Bible. essentially. Like it has
It's
illustrations.
nice to have a beautiful Bible.
I agree. Yes. Like it's like they'll have illustrations like this in the book
Ooh.
where it's so this is called the creation of light. And they have tons of these in this book.
Purdy. I am in favor of Purdy Bibles. I think didn't Word on Fire put out a Bible?
Actually, yeah, they did. Oh, now that you mention it, I was thinking about getting one of those books because I would also like a Catholic Bible.
It is, yes, apparently they have a Catholic Bible. And how much is it? $70 for only one volume. Volumes 1 and 2
There's multiple volumes?
is $100. Yes. So Acts, letters, and so apparently this is only the New Testament. It is.
Let's see.
The first volume includes the 4 Gospels, while the second volume picks up the story of the early church. So, yeah, the 2 volumes just make up the Christian Bible, not the Old Testament. Apparently. So it would just be the same as your Bible because it doesn't have the extra Catholic books of the Bible.
Oh, really? You know what? Let me go to that website. Word on Fire. Yeah, you know what? It probably says somewhere in the introduction whether it's the 1611. Actually, wait, hold on. What was that verse that you just had on Wikipedia?
Oh, it was
Actually, wait, I've got
1 Corinthians 13:1, I want to say. Yes, 1 Corinthians 13:1.
I'm on the same Wikipedia page. Oh, you've got it up.
I do have it, but where's you? There's
So 1 Corinthians 13. Oh, 13:1. Okay.
Adam says, I believe you can trace the Protestant Old Testament canon back to Luther's Bible. I'm not sure if Luther also used the Rabbinic Bible or not. The King James people I know did.
Yeah, it's probably the 1796 one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because of how they spell have.
Yeah.
So, yep, it's probably that.
Sounds good.
So, I think didn't Luther he was in contact with a lot of Jews, wasn't he? Like he would have
He
a lot of
was. Early on, he was actually friends with many Jews, and he wrote things like, we Christians have treated the Jews horribly, and if I understand why the Jews didn't convert to Christianity, because we were mean to them, and we should be kinder to them. And then he tried being kinder and thought that like all the Jews would convert, but they didn't. And he wrote books like on the Jews and their lies, where he's like, yes, we should burn them out of their homes and make them.
he eventually got frustrated with them, but yes, yeah.
I mean, that's the explanation. Various people have various explanations for why his later books are so. Yeah, let's put it this way: modern day Lutherans are not very proud of his later books.
Right. Although there was what was it? Actually, there's a Lutheran guy who I really enjoyed listening to His name's Actually, he's had a conversation with Jonathan Peugeot before. His name's Dr. Jordan B. Cooper.
Okay.
And the joke is that he would be mistaken for Jordan B. Peterson because his name is Jordan B. Cooper.
At the LDS Mormon church I go to, one of the gospel teacher's name is Jordan Peterson.
Oh, that's funny.
So, yeah, so like, you know, every time he goes up to teach, I joke with him about yeah,
Look, it's Jordan Peterson.
it's Jordan Peterson.
Ugh.
So you were
Also,
telling me about Jordan Cooperson?
his name is Jordan B. Cooper. Just
Okay.
Cooper. Yep.
Okay.
And he is what is it? He's in a more conservative denomination of the Lutheran Church. It's the AALS, I think, and they have an association with the LCMS, which is the LCMS is the more like I would say more theologically conservative side of the Lutheran Church. That's been around a lot longer. Although the Lutheran Church is a conglomeration of denominations that have both joined and split over time. Like, I believe the LCMS that formed in like, I want to say early 20th century, possibly late 18th century, somewhere
You're
around there.
CRC, right?
So I grew up in the Lutheran Church, as you do in Minnesota, because we have tons of Lutheran churches. So my grandpa was a Lutheran pastor, and my uncle is also a Lutheran pastor.
I see.
So it kind of runs in the family.
So
But
you're going to become a Lutheran pastor.
probably not. But who knows? Who knows what my future fate will be? But the church that I go to right now is an evangelical church.
Paul Antliner's?
Yep, yeah, and it's not like particularly that I subscribe to like the evangelical stuff, but it's just that, you know, I use it as a way to, you know, to do the Christian practice. The practice comes first before the beliefs.
Well, Lutherans tend to be high church, right?
Oh, well, so the most prominent Lutheran denomination is the ELCA Church, and the ELCA Church is very, very like liberal, very, very, very liberal.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Nadia Bolz-Weber?
Sounds familiar.
So Nadia Bolz-Weber, she's like a very like one of the more famous Lutheran pastors out there, right?
Okay. Yeah.
She just gets around a lot more, and Paul Vanderklay has mentioned her here and there,
Yeah.
and so she is like a very pro inclusion, pro LGBTQ, pro all the progressive Christian stuff that you can think of. She's
Gay
that.
marriage, ordaining women. all that.
Yes, yeah. Well, she's a woman pastor herself, so
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
I'm actually trying to get a friend of mine who is a reform. Well, she's actually she's not officially a reform rabbi. There's like these non-denominational. She graduated from a non-denominational seminary, but obviously it's not Orthodox because it ordained her. And she's like really nice and she's very smart. And if I believed in female rabbis, I would be like, she would make a great one. But I don't believe in female rabbis. But I've started going to her synagogue and I'm trying to get her to start a YouTube channel because I actually think she would make a good addition to this corner of the internet. She's smart, and if you were going to have female leaders, I think she, as opposed to like some of the people I could name who are really good examples of why you should not have a female rabbi or priest or pastor or whatever, I think she's actually the best argument for female rabbis, while at the same time, I still, and she knows, I do not believe in ordaining women.
Okay. So what exactly is what does reformed mean in the Jewish context?
Okay, so before about 300 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
we didn't have denominations within Judaism. Basically, there were so
It was Catholic in the lower C sense.
in a way, yeah, because the Jewish community would have leaders, and they may have been called rabbis, and they may have had some ordination process, but it wasn't very strong. During medieval times and going into like more modern Napoleonic times, the Christian governments kind of started requiring rabbinic ordinations. And so rabbinic ordination in Christian countries is kind of became modeled around Christian ordination.
Okay.
And so people started getting ordained, as in getting like certificates from prominent rabbis that said, okay, this person can be a rabbi, but it's not really traditional Jewish ordination, because basically the Talmud says you cannot ordain anyone outside the land of Israel. So we just had leaders, and in the more very traditional, what people will call ultra Orthodox communities, to this day, like, people don't actually really go after ordination if they get a job which seems to be the type of job that you should have ordination for. Then they will go to somebody who will test them and ordain them. But it's more of a, you get the job, then you get the ordination, as opposed to you get the ordination, then you get the job type thing.
Okay.
But that's in the ultra Orthodox. In the modern Orthodox, and what happened in Germany about 300 years ago was there were people who wanted to modernize and have like actual Jewish seminaries, right? And they wanted a course of study, and they wanted to model themselves around how Christians, and they in fact wanted a reformation in a very similar manner as the Protestant Reformation. There's a reason why this happened in Germany around 300 years ago. So Reform Judaism modeled itself around the Christian Reformation. Okay? And that was the first real denomination that's tried having seminaries and like actual ordination and like groups and stuff. And in reaction to that, some rabbis formed Orthodox Judaism, which was the people who were still very conservative, but they felt like they needed to create those denominational boundaries and offices in reaction to Reform. Okay?
Okay.
In Europe, you had Reform and you had Orthodox.
Yep.
And then when reform came to the United States, there still was like reform and Orthodox in the United States, although there weren't many Orthodox Jews in the United States at all. There were almost none. But what also happened was in the United States, reform split into two, which was reform and conservative. And conservative were the people who were like, these reform people are going too far, but we're also not Orthodox. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I refer to reform and conservative, which are the two largest denominations in Judaism, as like mainline Judaism. Conservative,
Oh, sure. Yeah.
conservative at all. It's actually pretty progressive. Like they have female rabbis and all that stuff. They mix seatings, all right. Now, obviously, Germany reform got destroyed during World War II. And outside the United States, reform doesn't really exist. There are small movements toward like reform in England. There's a few reform congregations, but like really outside the United States, there's Orthodox and there's traditional. And Orthodox is kind of like a reaction to reform and can be a little bit more stringent than most people consider like traditional, right?
Mhm.
Because in reaction to reform, they tend to be because like in traditional Judaism, yeah, you had the rabbi and the rabbi did like kept kosher and everything, but like I don't keep kosher, I don't keep the Sabbath, and I'm not a very good Jew, but I still go to Orthodox synagogues and I'm considered traditional, right? My
Okay.
family is considered traditional. And in Israel, for example, lots and lots of people are traditional in that they may not be very religious, but like if they're going to go to a synagogue, they're going to go to an Orthodox synagogue, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And so in the United States, like there's a lot of traditional Jews who maybe would have gone to an Orthodox synagogue, but they go to Reform synagogues or they go to conservative synagogues. And especially because in the United States, there's like Reform and Orthodox. A lot of people think of conservative as some sort of middle ground, especially. So a lot of people go to conservative synagogues not because they ideologically understand what conservative actually believes in, and conservative does actually have beliefs, right?
Yep. Right.
But they figure, it's some sort of middle ground, right? So it's weird. But honestly, the middle's kind of been falling out. Reform has become more and more of increasingly their members. So it used to be 30, 40 years ago, Reform didn't really do, well, probably more like 50 or 60 years ago, Reform really didn't do conversions. So nobody would convert to being Reform, really.
Yep.
And they also held by matrilineal descent, meaning which in Orthodox Judaism, if your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish. It doesn't matter if she's observant. It doesn't matter if you're observant. If your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish. And so Reform synagogues tended to be, and conservative synagogues to some extent still are, mostly Jewish, even by Orthodox standards. But what started happening was, first of all, Reform and conservatives started doing conversions, which Orthodox doesn't accept. And if your mother converted Orthodox or conservative, by Orthodox standards, you're not Jewish. And Reform started saying that if your father's Jewish, they will also accept you as being Jewish.
Okay.
So, like, now Reform synagogues increasingly, like, their members aren't what Orthodox Jews and even conservative Jews would say are Jewish. And so it's gotten a lot more weird, because it used to be that Orthodoxy would say Reform and conservative, yeah, they're not practicing Judaism, but they're Jewish. But now it's kind of like, we can't even say Reform is even Jewish, and conservative, it's not
There's
so
a
clear.
case, but
Yeah, and Israel, I mean, in Israel, Reform and conservative are not considered Judaism at all. And even the people who are like traditional, the rabbis are still all Orthodox rabbis.
okay, all right. So they're ordained as an Orthodox rabbi within the traditional church. Traditional being conservative, right?
Traditional,
Or is
tradition. I mean, conservative in the United States likes to claim traditional in Israel as being like the same, and they'll even call themselves, so traditional in Hebrew is Masorti, so they will call themselves the traditional movement in Israel. But the fact is, people who are traditional in Israel are really more like modern Orthodox in the United States. Like, so Yosef and Chezi, they're both modern Orthodox. I come from a more Hasidic and ultra Orthodox background, and like, there's a lot of confusion all over the place. So, yeah.
Okay. So like the Ashkenazi community in New York, they would be considered like Orthodox, right? They would be like
Okay.
Orthodox. Oh,
So Ashkenazi and Sephardi, vast majority of Jews are Ashkenazi.
okay.
Ashkenazi and Sephardi are mostly ethnic designations. They're not necessarily like, as far as Orthodox, not Orthodox, like Sephardic Jews tend to be traditional, but like, that's Ashkenazi and Sephardi is a different. So if you look at, for example, on Sepharia, if you look at the liturgy, so you'll see it has Ashkenaz Sephard, which is something else I won't get into, and Edot Mizrach, which is also Sephardi. So these are different liturgies, kind of like East and West liturgies, but really Sepharia is Orthodox completely.
Okay.
So being Ashkenaz or being Sephard isn't a question of being Orthodox or not. And it's not like Hasidim don't consider. I mean, some parts of modern Orthodox have gone really, really off. Like, they've started ordaining women and doing gay marriages, and like, those parts of modern Orthodox, like, modern Orthodoxy has been trying to distance itself from, because they're still trying to be like in the same camp as all of Orthodoxy. But like, there's two main splits in Orthodoxy, which is the more modernish, less insular types like Yosef, like Chezi, and then there's the more traditional, which is ultra Orthodox. And the ultra Orthodox synagogues generally don't have a lot of members like me, although I actually go to a Hasidic synagogue, so Chabad is a Hasidic dynasty that kind of spans modern Orthodox and ultra Orthodox, and it's kind of like, it's kind of weird, which is the weird Hasidic group, and there is something called Neo-Hasidism, which people claim is a part of modern Orthodoxy, but like Hasidism really is part of ultra-Orthodoxy. It's confusing.
Okay. All right. Got it. But I think I kind of get the picture. So essentially you have like Orthodox Judaism, right? And then you have the Reformed Jews that happened, right? And then you have when the Reformed Jews came over to America, then there was another split between Reformed and conservative,
Correct.
along with some Orthodox also coming to America at the same time.
Yeah, so there is orthodoxy. So the thing with orthodoxy is Orthodox Judaism is very varied. Like there's a lot of different types of Orthodox Jews.
Okay.
But Orthodox Judaism is also very small. Like the number of people who are actually living Orthodox within Orthodox Judaism,
Yep.
it is maybe 10% of the total Jewish population.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And it's incredibly varied. Now, some people will call me an Orthodox Jew because I believe Orthodox Judaism is Judaism, but I don't live an Orthodox lifestyle.
Gotcha. You're you're Orthodox in the Protestant way, that you believe everything.
Yes, I am. I am a Protestant Orthodox Jew. Yes,
Gotcha.
and that's why I keep on saying I'm the most Protestant Jew you ever met. And look, I mean, it really depends how you. So, according to Orthodox Judaism, there's 14 million Jews in the world, 13 million of whom don't actually practice Orthodox Judaism.
Which leaves what, the 1 million left?
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Okay.
about 1 million practicing Orthodox Jews, which includes Yosef and Chezi. It doesn't really include most of the other Jews in our little corner of the internet, but like we all go to Orthodox synagogues when we're like my rabbi is an Orthodox rabbi. Eddie goes to an Orthodox synagogue. Max goes to an Orthodox synagogue. But we don't live in an Orthodox Jewish lifestyle.
Sure. Okay. All right. That makes sense. I actually have to get to bed and clean myself
You
up
should get to bed.
because I got to go to church in the morning.
Yep, it's midnight over there. So
all right. Well, hey, I very much appreciate it.
it was a lot of fun talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the way I like to learn about stuff is like I like to learn about things from other people. That's just how I like to learn. It's not that I can't learn by myself. It's like I can, but to me it's like if I can learn from someone else, it's just more fulfilling to me. I find it.
You all. The only problem with that is you have to be. Each person has their biases, and I have my biases. So.
Oh, sure. But it's like at least like, basic stuff like this, right? Like what are these books? How are they organized? It's like that's the type of thing where it's like I enjoy learning from other people in that way. So that way they can be like, this is kind of generally what their purpose is, right? To most people, this is how they use them. And typically, depending on who the teacher is, you really can't go wrong with that. So
I try to give an as objective of a view as I can, but obviously there is no new view from nowhere, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, go to bed.
Yep.
God
Have a
bless.
good night. I appreciate it.
Sure. Talk to you later. I am going to go and I will be back in like 5 minutes. You guys talk amongst yourself, and if somebody wants to hop in, they can. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Okay, so I actually looked it up, and apparently Martin Luther himself, his Bible did include the Apocrypha. So. Okay, all you people just watching me do nothing, you're silly people. So, like, somebody click on the chat and come in and chat or type something in the text because there's way too many of you just like watching me reading things on the screen. Hey, Krish. Okay, so this is the thing. There are lots and lots of people who variously like to say that Hebrew was lost and reconstructed, and to some extent they have a point, but it's way, way overstated. The first thing some people will say is that we no longer use the Hebrew alphabet, which is kind of true. So this is the alphabet most people know as the Hebrew alphabet. This is not the Hebrew alphabet. This is what is usually referred to in English as the Aramaic square script. And in Hebrew is called Kitab Ashurit. The original Hebrew alphabet looked slightly different. Let me pull it up for you. So this chart does not have the original Hebrew alphabet on it. Does this chart doesn't look? Oh, here we go. Okay. Please load. Why isn't it loading? It's not loading. That's not helping. Ta-da! Okay, hopefully this will do it. Okay, so you will see the early Hebrew alphabet. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? You're not seeing what I'm seeing at all. Ta-da! Here, let's make it even bigger. Okay. So, all the way to the left is the name of the letters. This is the next column is the transliteration. The next is the actual Hebrew early alphabet, which turned into what is then called. So those were pictures, and then what happens after the pictures is it turns into this is what people will either call the Phoenician alphabet or the early Hebrew alphabet. Then there is, I mean, they're saying the late and the modern. Okay. So there was an evolution of the Hebrew alphabet, and we stopped using what is the actual Katav Ivri Hebrew alphabet around 2,500 years ago, and started using what is now called the Aramaic square script, or in Hebrew, the Assyrian script, Ashurit. That's one of the arguments people will make, that Hebrew has been lost. This is a silly argument. Basically, the font changed. That's the only real difference. The language, the Hebrew language, over the past 3,000 years has changed dramatically at times. And we no longer really speak biblical Hebrew. And for many thousands of years, nobody actually spoke Hebrew as an actual language. Well, almost nobody. It was a liturgical language. It was the texts were retained, and rabbis would read in those languages, and in fact communicate with each other in Rabbinic Hebrew and compose texts in Rabbinic Hebrew, but they didn't really speak in Rabbinic Hebrew except sometimes when they would like travel and speak to other rabbis in other countries, and they didn't have a common text really. And so Hebrew, as far as being a spoken language, was lost, but the text was always preserved, and there was in fact a living rabbinic Hebrew. So there's ancient Hebrew, which is biblical Hebrew, which is what the Bible is written in. Then there was rabbinic Hebrew, which was more of a liturgical and written language, used in a very similar way as Latin is used today in like the Catholic Church. And then about 100 and some years ago, there was the revival of a modern Hebrew, which was spoken Hebrew, which is what is spoken in Israel today, and it's based on Rabbinic and ancient Hebrew, but it's not the same language. And so people will claim that Hebrew was lost in that modern Hebrew isn't biblical Hebrew. But the texts we have are the exact texts of 2,000 years ago for sure, and quite likely 2,500 years ago. So this idea that Hebrew has been lost, well, if you have a Torah from 2,600 years ago, which we don't, it would have been written in a different script, so in a different font, and the language that it is written in is not anyone's native language today, even the people who speak modern Hebrew. But why would you expect over something like 3,000 years for there to be like the exact same? It's the arguments people make are similar to, let's say, you were to say that Shakespearean English had a different font than, I'm guessing how they wrote English language was different than how we write it now. I don't even know like what Shakespeare font. So I guess that's not very different from like how our font is today. But yeah, I mean, the font changed dramatically over the past 2,000 years, and the language has changed, but we still have the texts, and we still basically know biblical grammar, so it's BS. Okay. And Isaiah 9:6 talks about a child, and Christians claim that child was God. Was this true? They claim that this predicts Jesus. Is this true? Okay, so I spoke with Sam when we were looking at the what Father Stephen was saying on Pajot's channel. I actually should probably go back and watch that, especially since now Father Stephen's coming on my channel. Woo! But as Sam admitted, it's an iffy thing to say that what actually happened, because Isaiah was talking about something during his time. And so Christians will say that Isaiah was saying something during his time, and something even greater happened during Jesus' time. And it's like, like that's a really silly way of looking at it, but that's how you have to look at it if you're Christian. Oh yeah, I would say the Hebrew language has been standing strong, especially the biblical one. I would agree with you. The entire New Testament being written in Greek is itself brings suspicion. I would agree with you. I would say doubly so when you look at the Peshitta, which is the Aramaic translation from the Greek, and you see how they had to translate things in very curious ways in order to maintain their weird theology that does not match what Jesus himself said. If you're translating it into the Greek, I mean into the Aramaic. People have also gotten visions about Jesus, and they say that because of that, they believe he's God. What is your response? So Christianity spread because of miracle stories. And to some extent, I have to admit that people are convinced by miracle stories. There are people who, in a very real sense, think, for example, that the Rebbe, who is somebody I respect very much, because there are miracles attributed to him that somehow makes him extra special, a messenger of God, etc. And I have to say that Judaism is quite clear that miracles are proofs of absolutely nothing, because, and in fact, I mean, Christians generally believe that miracles are not proof of anything. When you talk about, for example, the various miracles that Muslims or Hindus or Buddhists or whoever attribute to whoever, the answer that people will give is, well, Satan can also do miracles. And quite clearly in the Bible, Satan can also do miracles. So miracles are not actually proof, although to some people they appear to be like proof, and there's all kinds of problems in terms of interpreting miracle stories. And so I would say if you interpret miracle stories through the lens of the Bible, you will see that miracles themselves require a further understanding of what they may mean. And for example, the Catholic Church is very careful how they interpret miracles and miraculous happenings. I agree, because even people had visions of Hindu gods, so yeah, it doesn't prove anything. Also, is there Satan in Judaism? I'm glad you did not ask if there is a Satan in Judaism, because there is no a Satan or the Satan in Judaism. In Judaism, Satan is a role that is fulfilled by a servant of God. And we would, in essence, say there are many Satans, Satan, accusers, adversaries. And they are not adversaries of God. They are, in fact, creatures that serve God, and we believe, I mean, this gets into Neoplatonism and all those things, but we generally believe that there are those things which come directly from God, those things which are good, and those things which come indirectly from God, and those are the things which are for the good, but they are not themselves good. And so it is a question of how directly something comes from God's will. And when I had a discussion with Cal, we discussed, which was a very interesting discussion. You might want to take a look at. We discussed God's permissive will versus God's what's the permissive will versus perfect will. So there is the perfect will of God and there is the permissive will of God. And we would probably say that Satan is the permissive will of God, which allows human beings to wallow in their evil, in our evil, as a means for achieving a greater good. We would refer to this as Yerida Tzorech Aliyah, a descent for the purpose of ascent, and the examples we give is, for example, when you are going to bring down an axe to chop something, you will first raise up the axe so that you will have, and so there is a yarida tzarich aliyah, right? It is going down in order to go up, and then there's an aliyah letzorach yerida. There's a going up in order to go down, and there's a yerida tzarich aliyah. There is a going down, which is for the purpose of going up. And that is how we describe the spiritual descent in order to go up. Will Elijah have a second coming? I wouldn't call it a second coming. We do not believe that Elijah died. And he will, as explained in Malachi, he will, in fact, come and announce the coming of the Messiah. And also, how come people don't preach about the Noahide laws that Gentiles need to follow? Like I said, there is a disagreement about the rabbis, between the rabbis. Some rabbis, and that's in fact most rabbis, say that our job as Jews is to be available should people be interested in learning about the Noahide laws, to answer their questions, while others say that we do in fact have a positive duty to teach the Noahide laws to Gentiles. That is much of a minority position within Judaism, because we do not proselytize, and some people would say that it is a lack of faith to try to evangelize, because God ultimately inspires people and gives them, if somebody is interested in knowing more about God and godliness, then he can pray to God and God will guide him towards what is good and right. And if he decides that he wants to ask Jews about such things, certainly then it would be incumbent upon us to provide such guidance as we are capable of doing, and that God has provided us knowledge with. Part of the problem is that there's much that we don't actually know. So, for example, when a Noahide asks me how they should pray, I don't have any good answers for them. And I can't just make up good answers. Because these are things which God has to clarify. And I can't pretend to know things that I do not know, unfortunately. Well, I could, but that would be a bad thing for me to do, and I shouldn't do such things. And that is part of the problem with being a Noahide, is I don't have many good answers for you. But that, many rabbis would say, is God's problem, kind of. Why did God allow many different religions on earth? That is a long question, but if you look at world history, what we would say is that God created a void, and into that void he allowed his light, as much as the void was able to withstand that light, God allowed his light into it. And as the world was further refined by the light, it became more and more capable of withstanding greater and greater amounts of God's light. And we see that as, for example, the world turns from idolatry to Christianity or Islam, and ultimately we will see, finally, when all the world will recognize that the Torah is true. We believe that God needed to give the Torah to the Jewish people so that it was available throughout the earth, but it took it takes the time that it takes in order for the world to become further refined and become ready for it. And this is really what Maimonides explains about Christianity and Islam, that they in fact exist to refine the world towards a being ready to accept the Torah in its entirety. I hope that answered your question. Good thing about Judaism is that for Gentiles, by choosing not to follow Judaism, they won't go to hell. Well, so we believe God is fair, God is just, and God is merciful. And God is fair, just, and merciful to all of his creations. And of course, all of creation is God's creation. We believe in one God. And so God would not be unfair to people, demanding of them things that they would not be capable of or know or anything like that. So it would actually be blasphemy in Judaism to say that, for example, if somebody is born in Tamil Nadu, where there is nothing really Jewish anywhere near them, that a person who is born in that circumstance and lives as good of a life as can be expected of a good human being who is born into that culture and that circumstance, then it would be blasphemy to say that God would treat that person in some way worse than somebody who, for example, was born to a Jewish family and despite being taught Torah and being taught to be a good person, decided to live a horrible life and be a horrible person. We do not believe that where you are born is what decides whether or not you are a good person. It only decides where you start off. It is where you go from there, what path you travel, and what path you choose in life, which determines whether or not you are a good person. And a person who is born with greater spiritual wealth around them is thus more liable for their sins, not less. And someone born into spiritual poverty is less liable than somebody who was born into spiritual wealth. Right, I agree, and God sees the heart of the person, not what that person follows, more than what that person follows. Um, God knows precisely what opportunities He gave you, how He created you, and what you decided to do with what you were capable of doing, and we believe He is both infinitely just and infinitely merciful. And so it would be really, really ridiculous for us to believe that just because you were born, for example, let's say on Sentinel Island, into a primitive tribe and that had very primitive ideas, yet you were a good human being, that somehow means you're going to go to burn in hell forever and ever. That's blasphemy in Judaism, because it implies that God is somehow uh a an unjust creator, and that's just plain blasphemy in Judaism. Ooh. Hey, Paul! Did you see? Did you see, Paul? I got an email from somebody. I have to show you, Paul.
On an entire people.
Nope, not that. Ta-da! That doesn't show very well. Ta-da! Father Stephen DeYoung, Friday, 2 p.m. Be there or be square. Yeah, I went to a Halloween party and I came. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I landed the big one. He emailed me and he's like, "Would you like to have a conversation?" And I said, "Depends. Are you actually Father Stephen, or or is this one of my friends playing a joke on me?" And he said, "No, it's actually me." Yeah. What is the future of Judaism looking like? The future of Judaism is looking like the land being covered with knowledge of God, like the waters cover the seas. By the way, Paul, you actually have to actually schedule a time and be on my channel, you know. Fuzzy. Yeah, I went to a Halloween party near my office, and I went, you know what? Let me, uh, let me, um, go in and uh, do and do a stream, um, and see if people want to talk. And I was kind of wondering if the hour, what the hour would be like. Schedules are. I did not dress up at all. Um, as a Gentile, will it be okay to follow Islam? Okay, so I was actually speaking to Chazi about this earlier. As far as Judaism is concerned, a Muslim follows the no hide laws if they are following Islam as we understand it. Now, does that mean we recommend Islam? It it means we have no objections to Islam. Yeah. Actually, so Friday night, Richard and his parents came to my friend's synagogue, and I've been trying to convince my friend to start an estuary in her synagogue. Yes, her synagogue. Even though I don't believe in ordaining women, she's still a friend of mine, and if I did believe in ordaining women, she would be like my choice. But like, I don't believe in it. Yeah, I didn't dress up. I don't really do the dress up thing. And everybody had kids except me. See, this is why I set up my channel in such a way that if people want to talk to me, I have set up other people to have just chatting streams, and I'm setting up a hierarchy, and like people can speak to different people, and like, you know, because Jethro, Paul, Jethro. I really preach at preachers way too much, don't I? It's happening. I mean, it kind of is. Someone was nice enough to donate some money to get more seats. I still have one StreamYard seat open, and like two people who haven't ever signed on to their seats, and like three people or four people who haven't actually hosted anything. But like, yeah, I would like to see this be available 24, and actually I would like to see it be more than one channel 24/7. I think I want to see lots and lots of people having discussions like we do. And the hardest part has actually been trying to decide what the contours of the conversation must be. So on my channel, I had to say no unadulterated adoration of the Trinity. Basically, that's the only rule I have. It's funny, like, when I was talking to Catherine, she's like, "Yeah, I really don't want to hear your defense of pedophilia," and I was like, "Pedophilia, I can deal with. It's the Trinity that that's just going a little bit too far." Um, I saw, yeah, StreamYard is a good way to go. I can see this working with a diversity of channels. Right. And the good thing about it is you can stream not just to YouTube, although pretty much everybody seems to do YouTube. By the way, Paul, you should actually check up. Khezi wants to speak to Richard. I told your mother you would not miss class for this.
Yes, miss class on a Sunday at 11 p.m.
Um, so Paul, you should
Yeah.
should check out EA Dawa. I got into a kind of a fight with him, but he does a lot of these live streams. Yeah, college kid can be up all night. Don't miss church then.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Richard came to synagogue with me on Friday. Yeah, well, I always have ambulances going by here. But you should check out EA Dawa. EA Dawa. Khalil is a very, very smart person who was a Catholic and then a Protestant, almost went to Bible college, became a hardcore atheist, and for like 10 years was an atheist YouTuber. And then last year he converted to Islam. And he has these chatting streams for like 4 hours, 3 nights a week. And the Muslims actually they do StreamYard chatting streams, right? I think. Well, I mean, I have my complaints, but yeah. Can Gentiles attend a synagogue prayer, and what is required for people to enter a synagogue? What should they wear? How should they dress? So the reason I invited Richard to my, I have invited Gentiles to Chabad. Chabad is not really set up for Gentiles. They will be nice to you if you decide to come there, but that is not their mission, and they don't feel like that is what they are there for. Reform synagogues and conservative synagogues are much more friendly environments to Gentiles and much more welcoming, but ultimately we are not an evangelizing religion. So yeah, that's so it gets. I would like to see synagogues have, like they did thousands of years ago, have Gentile members as a regular thing, but that has not been a reality for many, many years. I actually spoke to Chazi about it. Very unfortunately, the only Orthodox Jews that have seriously considered whether or not how we should deal with Noachides tend to be Zionists and tend to be Zionist extremists at that, which, yeah, I am not happy about. But what can I tell you? That is what it is. So, Richard, what are you up to? Where are you driving?
I'm in a drive-through line.
Drive-through.
Raising,
Still
yeah,
haven't.
Raising Cane's. So.
Raising kids? You have kids? What?
No, yeah, the restaurant is called Raising Cane's. It's like a fried chicken joint.
I have never heard of such a thing.
Really? Wow.
Must be good food, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's really, it's like very much a college thing. So
Uh, I was
there's
in
like,
college. We used to go to Cholos and get Mexican food.
nice choice. Yeah, there's like 20 people in line at 11 at night. So
Must be good food.
Yeah.
Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles is good food if you've ever been there.
No, I haven't heard of Roscoe's.
It's a Los Angeles tradition, especially in the Black community.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't even been to downtown LA yet, which is like too bad. But or, I
Not
don't
really
know.
much to see downtown,
Yeah.
honestly.
There must be like, cause like I've seen people. I saw a friend post a picture of like Capitol Records, so I guess I should see Capitol Records, and you know, I have been to the Walk of Fame. I've done that, but yeah,
Yeah, I mean, my favorite place in Los Angeles is the Huntington Library.
okay.
Yeah, back when I was dating, that used to be my place. I used to take women to see if they were marriage material. Because if you didn't love the Huntington Library, I couldn't possibly marry you.
That's funny.
Um,
And it is just a library, right?
well, no, it's it. I mean, it is a library, and they have like an original Gutenberg Bible there.
Oh, no.
But it also is the home of the Huntingtons, which with all kinds of interesting like furniture and things like that. And
Right.
there are botanical gardens, which are beautiful. Yeah, Huntington Library is one of my favorite places in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I like to take my mom there because she likes doing tours of old homes of old rich people and stuff like that. So she enjoyed
Yeah,
that.
so Huntington, like he was one of the main developers of Los Angeles, and
Okay.
yeah, he left. It's in Pasadena. It's beautiful. I haven't been there in a while though.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out then. Sounds nice.
You don't have a curfew at Biola? I would
No.
Biola would be like you have to be in bed by 10.
No curfew. There's
No curfew.
plenty of late night shenanigans that go on at Biola. Yeah.
And drinking binges and frat parties.
No, not that bad. It's well, I mean, it's definitely hidden. Cause I was in it was funny. I was in there's like a common area right outside my door.
Mm.
And I was just sitting on the couch there, and there were a bunch of guys gathered there, and one of them was like counting them, and he counted me by accident, and he's like, "Oh, whoops! I assume you don't want to go to the club, Richard." And I'm like, "No, thank you for guessing correctly. I prefer not to." So.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with you going to the club. Why?
Not when. Yeah, I also. True. Now I didn't know they they were drinking underage, which that's life. I know plenty of people who do that, but yeah, it must have been an underage club, because how else would they get in, huh? So
Well, they may have fake IDs. That does
that
happen.
is true.
Yes.
Yeah, and my parents said they would drink on the way, even if it was an underage club. Is how they would do that.
There is definitely, yes, there are definitely people who drink on the way to the club and arrive at an inebriated state.
Yes, for sure.
Good old college days.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, Biola is one of the few colleges left where you have to sign like I forget what they call it. It's a contract where you can't drink, smoke, gamble, or have sex outside marriage, and a bunch of
Really?
other things.
Smoke?
Yeah, smoke.
Huh.
Yep.
Okay.
Do drugs. Yep.
Hmm. And you're a good boy, I assume.
Yes, mostly.
Most.
Yes, I try my best.
So Krish asks, when the final Messiah comes, will the law be fulfilled like the Christians claim? The law will be fulfilled. It will not be fulfilled like the Christians claim, because Christians claim the fulfilling of the law means nobody needs to keep it anymore. And that's not how we understand the fulfillment of the law.
So you see, I've been really wrestling with that one, Jacob, because it seems like the New Testament is a bit conflicted. Because I was reading First John, and I'd be curious to know what you think of the Johns, but there's some strong language about following the commandments in First John that had me thinking about the relationship of Christians to the law, as it were.
Yeah, so I mean, this goes into the whole. Oh, by the way, did you hear Father Stephen DeYoung
Yes,
came on my
DeYoung.
channel? Yeah,
Yes, I did see that. That's exciting.
yeah. So, well, it depends what your, I mean, what your view of Paul in Judaism is. There has been a reinterpretation of Christianity over the especially over the past 50, 60 years, partially, well, even over the past, I would say more than 100 years, partially based on um, critical analysis of the text, but
Yeah.
now with more historical analysis and more archaeological evidence. And so, I mean, my view is that Paul was a bad person, that he hijacked Christianity from the actual followers of Jesus. And so when he taught Jews that they should not keep the law, and even taught Gentiles that they did not need to keep the Noahide laws, he I do believe that he taught that Gentiles, that nobody really needed to keep the law, because he talks about freedom in Christ and all that stuff. Now, there are people like N.T. Wright and Father Stephen who believe that that is a misinterpretation of Paul, and that Paul never actually preached, for example, that Jews should not circumcise their children. Now, for 2,000 years, Christians told any Jew who converted to Christianity that they should no longer circumcise their children, their sons, obviously. And so the question becomes for somebody like Michael Sartori, whose wife is halachically Jewish, and so his children are, according to Jewish law, Jewish, and we would say that if and when he has a son, he should circumcise his son ritually. And if you take the Paul in Judaism view of it, then you would say, yeah, he should. But that's very different from how Christianity has understood itself for the past 2,000 years. It's certainly not how, for example, Paul Vanderklay would read Paul, or John Calvin read Paul. It's not how the Catholic Church read Paul. It's not how a lot of people read Paul. But if you don't read Paul as saying that, then especially with the new archaeological evidence, including the Dead Sea Scrolls, the question becomes, was Paul a good person or a bad person? And I would say he was a bad person.
Yeah, I need, because I've heard of these arguments you make. I need to read up on them for sure. And yeah, I know that the likes of N.T. Wright and Father DeYoung don't read Paul that way. I'd be curious to know why they don't read him that way.
Well, I mean, so have I showed you my clips of things that make Christians uncomfortable?
No, you haven't.
Allow me to show you my clips of things that make Christians uncomfortable.
What?
Clip number 1 is from Sam.
I feel like some of the downsides of dispensationalism, especially hyper-dispensationalism, like my least favorite aspect of it is that it's like, well, when Jesus was alive, around and talking, he was just talking to the people of Israel, right? Right. And really, he wasn't exactly preaching to the church. It's not like what he's saying is completely irrelevant or something like that, but we're just reading something that was actually not to us. And really, it's the post-Pentecost epistle age, right? And especially the Pauline epistles, like
also to the Gentiles, and that's when, like, I've heard some people say the Gospels aren't irrelevant to us, but he wasn't speaking to people like us.
Yeah, right.
And we need to follow Paul, and it's like that feels weird.
Yeah.
Why can't Paul and Jesus be on the same page? But I do believe Jesus came to the lost house of Israel to try to.
So he asks, why can't Paul and Jesus be on the same page? Well, because Jesus very obviously said that no, we are not going to get rid of the
law.
The law. And this is my favorite clip to.
So if you want more details about Jesus fulfilling the law and how it impacts Gentiles, a lot of that stuff's going to come later because his ministry was not to the Gentiles. And this is a point I want to bring up a few scriptures to make. It's huge. When I'm reading Jesus' teachings in Matthew 5, he is not talking to Gentiles, he's talking to Jews. It's not after the new covenant, it's before the new covenant. It sets the stage for the new covenant. Remember when Jesus said in Matthew 15:24, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So that when he heals this non-Israeli woman's concern, then he does so, her daughter needs to get healed. He does so as an exception to the rule that he only goes to the Jews and not the Gentiles. Remember when he sent his disciples out, Matthew 10:5? He tells them, not Matthew 5, Matthew 10:5. I read this one earlier for you, but he tells them, go nowhere among the Gentiles and intermarry. So if you want more details about Jesus.
So, I mean, you can read the rest of it, but he's like, yeah, Jesus wasn't talking to us.
Right.
And so it's like, circumcision is done for people who want to convert to Judaism right before they are in fact converted. It's part of the conversion process.
Yeah, that is interesting and a quite obvious points to make. Yeah. Now, of course, it has universal application. A lot of the things that Christ says, I think Matthew 5 is a good example, even though it is I don't know how you would describe Matthew 5 as a Jew, but like how would you call that? Like a reminder of what the law really means for your life, I guess.
Well, I mean, so Matthew 5, let me pull up.
Oh, Matthew, the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5-7.
Like, I didn't really find Jesus speaking very differently. Yeah, like, this is, I mean, Jesus says quite clearly, I do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commandments and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the heaven of God, in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commandments will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. And like Krish asks, how will the Jewish law be fulfilled? It will be fulfilled by actually people keeping it like they should be. And why did God create the law? Because that is his will, and it is the revelation of his will in the world. And ultimately, the world will be a place where God's will be done, and his kingdom will be on earth as in heaven. So the Jewish understanding is that we will all keep those laws which pertain to us. Now, only some of the laws pertain to Jews. Some of the laws pertain to Levites. Some of the laws pertain to women. Some of the laws pertain to Gentiles. So the Noahide laws pertain to Gentiles, and Gentiles are only expected to keep the Noahide laws.
So, where are the Noahide laws? I've always wanted to look that up, but never have.
So one argument is that actually Acts 15, the letter of James, which is actually telling Christians, and I think this is Father DeYoung's understanding of it, is telling Gentile Christians that they only need to follow the Noahide law.
The Noahide, yeah. Right.
And he only bothered to mention those things which weren't obvious, which were that Gentiles also need to keep away from sexual immorality, keep away from idolatry, and keep away from eating. It says blood. So Genesis 9 talks about drinking the blood, which is the life. The Jewish rabbinic understanding of that is that you must kill an animal before you eat it. So, for example, the Rebbe told people who asked him that they should, for example, not eat lobster that was cooked alive. the Eastern Orthodox understanding of that is not to eat blood itself. So, for example, black pudding and blood sausages and things like that, they won't eat. But we would say generally it is a prohibition on animal cruelty. So we say there are 7 general categories. One of them is to not curse God. One of them is to not be idolatrous, not commit idolatry. One of them is no sexual immorality. One of them is no murder, no stealing, no animal cruelty. And the 7th one is a positive commandment to establish justice on the earth. And that's what we would say are the Noahide laws.
Okay.
Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah. But so it's sort of, at least in Judaism, is contained in the rabbinic tradition, is where it comes out of.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's out of the first 9 chapters of Genesis. We see that God demands certain things of
Okay.
all the people up to Noah.
Right.
And he says to Noah, I make this covenant with you and your children. So it is described in rabbinic sources and the Book of Jubilees, which is contained in some Orthodox Bibles, but not in the Jewish Bible. We just consider it a historical work. And it is described in rabbinic texts, but it is all derived out of the first 9 chapters of Genesis.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Well, it was good to talk to you at this hour.
Have
Because
a
I'm going
good
to hell.
dinner and get some sleep before church.
Yes, for sure. Thank
I'll
you.
talk to you later.
All right. Goodbye.
Krish asks, did he create it because the Jews were going against God? Because that is what the Christian understanding is that God gave the law. Well, this is Paul again, but like God gave the law so that people would understand that they couldn't keep the law, so that they would need Jesus. It's all kinds of blasphemy. The Jewish understanding is that God gave the law as an opportunity for us to better understand him and to do his will. And I am going to end the stream in like less than half an hour. Pork will always be forbidden to Jews. There are various arguments about the word chazir and choser and things like that, but ultimately the general belief is that pork will always be forbidden to Jews. Certainly most kosher laws. I mean, yeah, there is an argument that some people make regarding specifically pork, because the word chazir in Hebrew, and this is an argument various people have made at various times. The word chazir in Hebrew is actually means to turn. So choser means to return or to turn back. And so there are people who do say, but it's not a general opinion, and honestly it's Yeah. I think it's vain speculation because ultimately, when the Messiah comes, I don't think we will care that much about pork or not pork, and I don't know if we'll even be eating animals anymore. There are people who say that we will all go back to eating um, vegetation like before the flood. Biblical Hebrew is not hard. I would say I think modern Hebrew is harder. There are a lot of resources available online, and Biblical Hebrew is one of the easiest languages to learn. Do not, and I do stress, do not start out with the textual analysis method. There is a channel, Aleph with Beth. It is a Christian channel, but they do a really good job with modern Hebrew, not modern Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, using the natural language method. Beth is a linguist, and her husband, Andrew, is a Bible translator. So, Aleph with Beth, I highly recommend it. And if you need further help, I am certainly available. And there is Duolingo is free. There's lots of online language stuff that's free. Learning Hebrew is, yeah, I highly recommend it, especially if you are young enough. If you are not, I mean, there are other things you can do, but ultimately, yes. Much like Islam kind of requires that Muslims learn Arabic, Judaism kind of requires that Jews learn Hebrew. And I would say Noahides should also learn Hebrew, but that's certainly not a requirement. It would help them, especially if you want to be a leader in the Noahide community. Another discussion I'm having next Sunday is actually with Lee Baker, who was a Mormon bishop, and he then became an evangelical pastor, and he is now a Noahide himself, or Israelites, descendants of Isaac, and Arabs of Ishmael. So Bnei Israel are generally considered the spiritual descendants of the 12 tribes of Jacob. Judaism is matrilineal, and so there is this concept of the 70 nations in Judaism, and there is a table of 70 nations in Genesis. Those are the nations. Then there is a spiritual concept of nations in Judaism, which all nations are considered descended of Abraham spiritually, because he is the first Hebrew, the first to cross over, and so he had children, Isaac and Ishmael, and actually several other children as well. But his children, there is this concept of the children of Ishmael, which is one spiritual descent from Abraham. Then there is the children of Esav or Edom, which is one of the two children of Isaac. And then there are the children of Israel or Jacob. And so the idea is that 35 nations can be considered Ishmaelite nations, and 35 of them can be considered Edomite Edomite nations. So ultimately, all 70 nations will be are considered spiritual descendants of Abraham, some through Isaac's son Esav, also known as Edom, and some through Abraham's son Ishmael. Is the world to come and heaven the same place, or is heaven greater? Good question. The world to come is on earth, and heaven, in some senses and in some explanations, is a way of referring to the spiritual heavens. So while a person can spiritually ascend to the various heavens, and heaven is plural in Hebrew, shamayim, ultimately, physically, we can only exist on earth, and ultimately, physically, the world to come will be a material one, not a spiritual one. And while certain people, while alive, have been able to, in a physical sense, ascend to the spiritual realms, honestly, we don't take these things too literally, and they are not clearly explained in the words of the prophets, and so we don't attach too much significance to their various interpretations. But all of this is to the best of my understanding, and what the hell do I know? Where will the righteous go? The righteous. So the Jewish concept of soul is a bit more complex than most people are used to when thinking of souls. The Jewish soul has many components to it, and it's fragmented. So, like, we don't actually believe that any human being has a complete soul. In fact, a complete soul can only be embodied in a male and female. And that's why only a married person is considered a complete human being in Judaism, which many people will find very surprising. And so, how exactly the soul and the body will be reunited in the world to come is not as literal as most people would like to think about it. Which was part of the reason I actually liked Jesus's answer to the supposed Sadducees in the Christian Bible, who ask him about a woman who was married to several different men during her life and what happens during the resurrection. And Jesus says, you're taking this way too literally, and I think he's correct in that. So how exactly these things will come to be, I think it's important not to interpret things too literally. That's not the Jewish way, certainly not the Pharisaic Jewish way of looking at things. We know that God will punish the wicked and reward the righteous, but how exactly that will happen is not. I'm not even sure it's something we can comprehend until it happens, because just like it was pretty much impossible for the Torah to explain things in modern scientific terms, and I do think it was in fact impossible. So, like, people talk about how the Earth, the Earth revolving around the sun, or the sun revolving around the Earth, and it's like, you silly person, they did not know the theory of relativity, and so if the Bible had spoken in technically accurate terms, who would have possibly understood anything it said? And if you expect the Bible to teach us all of science, you're being silly. That's not the Bible's job, and it would have been impossible for it to happen. I would say very similar things is true of what people will say about heaven and hell and stuff like that. What will happen to all animals after they die? So this, I have considered actually writing at length about this. I did translate a rather detailed explanation by a rabbi in who was a Jewish mystic about the exact nature of animal souls. I don't think it's comprehensible in the translation I made to the vast majority of people. And I've considered trying to write some sort of explanation at length, but that would really have to be like book length. I will say that it is evident from various parts of the Bible that animals also have at least some capacity to choose right from wrong and some capacity to do good and evil, and therefore at least some animals will in fact receive some sort of will have some sort of existence in the world to come. How exactly the details, again, it certainly is no more clear than how we understand human beings, and I would say it's in fact far less clear. But if you look in that letter which I described, it and translated, it does in fact talk about the souls of various animals coming from various parts of the supernal worlds, including some of them from above the world of Tikkun into the world of Tohu, and therefore having incredibly high sources of their, at least parts of their souls, which if you understand what Tikkun and Tohu are, you might have some capacity in understanding that. In the world to come, will the desire for sin go away, and will it be happiness? Yes. When the Messiah comes, death and sin shall in fact be vanquished. In a sense, it describes the Leviathan and the beast being slaughtered, and we will feast upon their bodies in with the Messiah, whatever that means, in the Sukkah, whatever that means. Yeah. Again, I think it is a mistake to take these things too literally, but in some manner, the world will reach its perfection. Will the final Messiah bring eternal or temporary happiness in the world? So, again, not 100% clear. There are those who say there will be the millennium, which is the 1,000 years of peace and happiness, and then afterwards there will only be spiritual, because the world will in a sense come to an end. Again, I don't think these things are clearly known. What do I think of John's revelation? Okay, I could be convinced, and I have not necessarily been convinced. I could be convinced that what is referred to as the Johannine works were originally written by some Jews and were then edited by some Gentiles. Because when I see things like fear of the Jews and the Jews all over the book of the Gospel of John, and I am convinced that whoever finally edited that book was in fact a Gentile. Now the question becomes, what are the source works which were what are the source materials? And it is possible that those source materials came from the Qumran community. And I have to say, learning more about the Qumran community, I think they are very clearly heretics. Whether John the Baptist and Jesus were breakaway members of the Qumran community, what exactly the relationship was with the Qumran community. Is it possible that, for example, James was the leader of the Qumran community, and in fact, Jesus disagreed with them? These are things that are being debated at length by the various people. I honestly don't know. And I can't claim to know. What I can say is both James Tabor and Robert Eisenman, Herschel Shanks, these are considered fringe archaeologists, fringe scholars of the Second Temple period and the Bible. And I personally think James Tabor provides the most defensible Protestant understanding of the information we have. I think Robert Eisenman provides possibly the best Jewish understanding of the Second Temple that we have. Bergsma, what's his first name? Is it John Bergsma? Yeah, I think it is John Bergsma. Provides the best Catholic, and Father Stephen DeYoung probably, I would say, provides the best Eastern Orthodox understanding of the information that we have. But it's not clear, and I would be lying to you if I said that I have absolute proof that how I understand it is correct, or how anybody understands it is absolutely correct. So I'm not going to do that. When is the deadline for the final Messiah to come? Some people would say the Messiah must come by the year 6000, and there are definitely indications of that. That would be in 216 years and some months. If that were not to happen, you can interpret it to the year 7000. So there's like another 1,000 years. I think once you hit the year 8000, you're going to have theological problems trying to reinterpret Judaism. But ultimately, I don't think it is impossible to do that. I think you could and you would. So ultimately, I only jokingly say the Jewish calendar ends in 200 years. But the Jewish calendar kind of ends in 200 years. Certainly, if God forbid the Messiah has not come by then, I think there will be a lot of people making apocalyptic things then. So in Judaism, we generally believe that every generation has a potential Messiah, and I and pretty much everybody I respect believed that until 1994, the Chabad Rebbe was the best candidate. Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson was the best candidate to be the Messiah should the Messiah have come before 1990. I actually would say before 1992 or even 1990. But since the Messiah did not come, and I am not aware of any good candidates right now. I don't know where the Messiah is, but I do know that should we be Zoche, should we have the merit for that to happen, then it would happen speedily in our days. Good night. It is midnight here, and I am going to turn into a pumpkin. Hopefully, the Messiah will be here soon. If not, I'm guessing my next stream is going to be Tuesday night Bible study. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to stream before then. There are several other people who now have access to this channel to have just chatting streams, and I highly recommend that they do so. Good night.